Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkIsMile2. If you are watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And if you don't see, feel free to dislike, and say bye. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me go check the, I also gotta do... There we go. Sorry, I'm beyond being distracted. Everything just doesn't want to work this evening. Hiyo, Dwagon, you can hear me, right? Please say yes. Cool, thank you. So much trouble. Other than just, like, getting distracted a whole bunch, but just, beyond that, I have been fighting with so much stuff. And now you know it's gonna... I already checked that. Great. Sorry that there's buffering for a minute. I already clicked into the world and everything. Maybe, I gotta do it again. Because otherwise it'll crash. But this time, no, it doesn't want to load. So I'm sorry, it's gonna be super buffery for a minute. There we go. On my side. Just like, yeah. I'm super sorry that was buffery. Nothing wants to work today. Nothing. Alright, I need more stuff. By the way, Dragon, I don't think you were here by the end, right? To see my gas magnificence that we're working on here. This is meant to be a base, if you will. We gotta make a city kind of like this somewhere else. Bigger, better, and fancier. For happy guests. Because that's like the idea would be that they land here. And then we're gonna have a lake and river here. Down there, rather. It's all gonna be great. Bum, bum, ba-da. Ba-dum. Anyway, somehow messed that up. Hello, Chikatsu Trenchcoat. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to building gas base. I'll get that in a second. For our gas. Because our gas deserve a base. It's time. It was a lot later than I was remembering. It was... Let me finish this one quarter. And then I'm gonna go sleep. Only slightly painful. Woo! Alright. Anyway. Maybe I should add lights as well. What do you think? Or do you think that would be too much? I know. I was more meaning... I'm trying to decide what would be over the top. Maybe a bit too much. I forgot to do this side. Huh. You might need to reset, because there was... Or you might need to... Yeah. I was gonna say, because, yeah, there was an issue. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, the number 7. You can hear the number 7. Alright. So we have one more station after this. Do I have any? Yeah, I do. Alright. Sorry. Well, that was partially me. I had to notice you were there. To be fair. Which I'm bad at. Here, I'll pay attention this time. So, I think it's only a 5-second delay? Realistically speaking, because of how easily I am distracted. Heyo, Tomas! How are you? Wait, you said you're doing fine. I'm glad you're doing fine. I am slowly getting better from my cough. Before... Well, I mean, obviously I haven't coughed that too much, but I'm trying not to become overly coffee. We are safe from the monsters, by the way. I just have to remember that. Ah. Got it. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, well, that's... true. To be fair, though, it is on a delay as well. Everything is on a delay in the stream. Because for the stream, the delay between the chat box popping up and not. Thanks. I was not specifically kind of going for that. The idea was... So, as I've said, this is an apocalyptic world is the idea, right? So what I was going for was the idea that you could kind of... I forgot to look up at how Happy Gas how to keep them in. But basically, the idea would be that someone who traverses using a Happy Gas, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. I'm not, crazy good at the driving thing, that's true. Alright. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. Yep. Tis the tism, if you will. I mean, I'm not the worst in the world, but I definitely don't think I ever should probably drive too much. Okay. It's one of these, right? Yeah. Alright, so... You know we go out 12 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, I think. Alright. Or maybe not. yeah, that's just how that goes. But I can technically. Drive. Just don't expect me to ever be able to drive. Good. Alright. Or... By the way, don't worry about the monsters that we can hear. They're perfectly safe. Well, to be more exact, it's like, like, if I was in a situation where I had to drive, I can. That kind of thing. But it's probably better that I don't drive overall. Yeah. I get super easily distracted, so... And I am extremely nervous when I do try to drive, so I mean, like I said, overall, probably not a good idea, but if I was in a... I can... I can do enough. Alright. Okay, and then I need one more... Oh, I definitely need more than this. Well, I already knew that, but I gotta go cut down some trees. Right, but I think that's the last of these that I need. No, I need a few more over here as well. Alright, you know what, let's get this one done, but then I'm gonna try and cut down a couple, like, I think I only need, like, one tree's worth left here, right? There. And then we'll be good. Well, as I said, the idea around the world it's a little complicated, but I like to have like a style or a theme. So the theme of this world is that something akin to like a magic blast kind of thing hit the world and effectively behaved in the sense of causing an apocalypse. But the type of apocalypse depends on where you are in the world and stuff. So like we've got a Christmas district with Christmassy kind of trees and stuff. Over here is a more typical normal apocalypse. Or they're more like a Minecraft rather. Like you would expect from Minecraft. If you will. Alright, I do actually need quite a bit more. Well, maybe I want lights. I don't know, I haven't decided. But effectively how it affects and stuff was And obviously I'm still trying to kind of have remnants of what would have been here beforehand and afterward. So since the trees effectively mutated, you have those colored builds kind of thing and stuff around. The most out there kind of looking town is the Christmas town, but it's kind of far away. So over here, where it's a more typical, but yeah, that's meant to be because like people who travel far away, if they have a happy gas, they might use that. There's still gonna be walls around here. You're not gonna be allowed to pass and stuff effectively because this is a quote-unquote gated off village, protected from the outside world. In reality, there's suspicious things going on and all that. But this is gonna be a lake. I decided that last time. And then, like I said, that's gonna be much more, and then the road will flow down into the water over there. But yeah, because the happy gas are added, the idea of flying. And as I said, at some point I would probably want to do a city that's more kind of based off of that as well. The only city that's, other than the Christmas one, even near anything near, and it's nowhere near complete to be clear, is just the normal city. But if the idea is that they keep parts of it protected and safe and all that, but the farther out you go, the more kind of beaten up and down and all that it's going to be. And of course, we have our walls here as well. And the idea is that this wall was built after the apocalypse to the dystopian stuff started. But that on the inside, you can see where they had already started kind of... Because it's tourism idea, right? The ability to kind of have a beach village. That was, So when you come down and in here a second, you can see that there was one, but then the one on the outside is much more, less of it like a just keeping at the side of the mountain, more keeping people out. So none of the buildings are going to be tall enough that you could technically jump to the top of it. At least not over here. They'll get taller if they go out a little bit, potentially. But then, yeah, the idea is, I know that they start becoming more dilapidated and all that here, so they'll get taller, but they'll be a little bit less, so they'll have like more kind of falling apart. And then they'll be kind of total ruins by probably over here. This is how you can understand how little has actually been done. So I gotta remove all this as well. And then they'll probably start being finished out by around here-ish? On this side. Maybe a little bit closer, but then there'll be ruins, though, here. Of what was more of the city. And then, of course, we have a different kind of apocalyptic thing happened over here. We're not done. By any means. But I'm going to cover all this with tinted glass someday. Someday. Really high up. So that it's just dark underneath. And the idea will be, it's called the Creeping Darkness. It's a biome that quite literally, it's covered in darkness, and that the only lights are like either the plant life or if there's like a torch occasionally, like from a tree. But it's a custom biome that I have not gotten any work done on. This is how you know I play alone and I don't play every day. But yeah. And then, like I said, there's a Christmas district. Well, it was mostly because I wanted to be able to do different things in different places, ideally, right? I think conceptually wise. And there are gonna be, I do want like one other place that has that biome elsewhere, potentially. But it would have like an actual town in it. Just to kind of show the difference between like those who are like, because obviously creeping darkness, right? It's creeping ever towards the city and all that in all directions would be the idea. Obviously, in a world that's still, you wouldn't have that, but it's the idea. The city can have residents from the end, but we won't have any from the Nether, but there won't really necessarily be any buildings or residents from the end unless they add something that would allow you to be able to return to and from the end a lot easier. Because the idea is that if you were stuck in the end, then your spawn point, especially as time goes on, because this is several generations on, you can't return to the overworld if you were born and grew up in the end, right? Because the return portal just takes you back to your spawn place. But if your spawn point is, well, then you can never leave. So that's why there's no end buildings. Or rather, along with the fact that I am not... We made an agreement because I wanted to be able to duplicate rails, and I felt like if we can't, then I shouldn't be able to completely... But basically, I can't actually... Oop. The llama is dying. No, my residence! Oh yeah, I'll take that a second. Let me get out of there a second. Didn't even realize that a llama would spawn there. No! They were so hard to gather. They were so hard to get. I'm so glad I noticed. Sorry, but I don't want them to die just because that exists. And then, like I said, but different places will have different things and all that. Alright, what are you trading? You would want to come up to here, even though I haven't even been up here. Not really anything. But yeah, the idea is that you... would have different things. And we do have where we're working on the ancient city as well. I can go down and show that. I don't want to go to the Christmas district because that's so far away. Oh yeah. Also, because this is dystopia, there is a mysterious thing going on as well, and we have a resistance slash revolution slash whatever group below. Down this way. Also, we have a ton of dogs. But yeah, okay, I'll go to the deer. Yes. Effectively in the ruins of an old Christmas parade kind of storehouse that over the years things have gone down. As in, like, have sunk below. So we'll have Christmas decorations throughout the whole thing probably as well. We probably need a big old tree made of wool at some point this year, maybe? Gotta probably sleep down here. The idea is that you'd have to come all the way down here. To get to the resistance location. And that they set up a city below. Here. There's the deer. In question. And I don't have a whole lot done, but that's kind of the idea here. Is that you'd have where you can stay in a place down here. And then we'll have areas up above that are... I guess. Although I already have so much I'm already working on that it kind of becomes a little difficult to do that. Let me see. I think it's over here. Is it here? You know what? The easier way to get there is through the other way, right? Go back here. But they have water and everything. Oh, there's actually an actual shloom. I could hear the shloom, but I wasn't sure the shloom was actually existing. Come on, shloom, come down. A place where I could actually get the shloom. Now, the resistance, I'll just take these with me. I still can't figure out where the slime chunk is. But basically, if we go back here... I mean, it's actually easier to get to from the surface right now, but the idea will be that you can get to it from down here. And it will be easier eventually. I have to remember where everything is, but I don't usually, so it makes things complicated. But I do know how to get there from here. Alright, so upsy daisy here. Up. Through, I believe it's down, right? Or easiest to get through down. Well, eventually I intend to have more direct routes. I just don't have them yet. Alright, so here we are here. I could just slide on down this way, it's fine. I do gotta light that up as well, but... we have an ancient city. And I've already removed all the shriekers, so we don't have to worry about that, but... the side I've been working on is on the other side. The idea would be that they would be trading with the ancient city. I know there's no backs to these buildings yet. There will be. See, I've got some work done on this as well. And the idea would be that this is a place that's been safe for the most part. They've kept themselves safe. This is the mill and I can't really go back up yet. And yeah, I gotta do so much work down here as well, but this is another location to work on. The idea would be that there would be trade between here and the Resistance, which is why, even though they're down below, they can still kind of get some goods back and forth kind of thing. The other things I have really done so far are the fronts of these buildings to kind of show what they would be like. And a sniffer farm. But I need the sniffers. The idea would be that you've got water here to kind of prevent wardens and all that. You can boat places. If you don't want to take the path. And this is where sniffers are going to go. They'll have an interior area. I do got to give it a floor. I'm probably going to give it hay or wood. Or both. And you just would boat over to an area over here. Back and forth. The idea is effectively around the concept of wardens and stuff are obviously foreign invaders in their own form of apocalypse. Alright. So this isn't going to be like this. Instead, it's going to only have the center part. I do got to remove the outer part of this. That'll make the path more fancy. The idea will be, like, if there's a warden attack, yeah, technically you're running through the warden area to get to it, but that this will be like an underground shelter down here. But they'd have, like, some warning as when the portal is going to open, and then people just gotta kind of... because that would be the safest place to be, right? Beneath the portal, as long as you have enough, like, or to get back to your homes as well. Because obviously, while you can't predict everything, the idea would be that you're able to run home. You can get far enough away this way. Sneak in. As long as you open your door. And you'd be safe inside your house as well. The only place where there'd be a concern would be right here. Yeah. And of course, areas that have been skulkified outside of here will still exist, but I want the city to not be skulkified. As kind of shown by, and a little bit out of ways as well. We're going to remove this skulk as well. But any skulk that's seen that is outside of the safety realm, right, would have to be removed, cleared, and blah blah blah. The water flowing down potentially into the streets, or rather to make the streets kind of a la Venice. And then you also have outer wall areas made of lava. Not all of them. But in several places, especially once you get to the inner city, the idea would be that there's no... because this is kind of like an outer suburb kind of area. And all the ways out for the most part, other than the one to the resistance, potentially, goes out this way. Or an alternative path. As we're gonna also have, this isn't gonna be like this. This is a different layout. We'll have the wall, and then on the inside there will be ways up. Probably utilizing water bubblevators. And then this leads up and into what we lovingly call the spider dungeon. Right, it's over here. You know, as long as I'm down here, as long as I can be quick, I'm gonna go ahead and go dump a little bit more torch action. I do hear a guy in here somewhere. I just don't know where he is. I think he's got to be below down here. I think he's holding something, so that's why he can't be, he can't despawn. Alright, we're gonna come over here and we're just gonna kill a whole bunch of these guys. By despawning them, by going far enough away. I have done that much. We probably need to light this up as well, don't we? Also, the sun is rising, so we can head out after this. That should be far enough away. But all but the closest should be despawn. Oh, and that guy. But I mean, he was relatively close to here, so if I go back, he'll be gone. One more light over here, right? Or killing a baby... Yeah, see, they're all gone now. Maybe a little of both. We're getting a little bit closer. Oh, there's another baby. Never mind, not getting in closer. Alright, this is the spider dungeon. I can handle a big guy. Alright, I'm gonna torch one more spot while we're here. Slowly but surely, we are kind of clearing this all out. So that's all great. Yeah, I do hear you. I think I know where you are, too. I'm gonna have to deal with that guy, and then we'll head out. I mean, it's slowly being lit up and kind of, like, out. Yeah, I don't think he's down there, although I probably could use more lights down there. I'm not doing that right now, though. I'm about 30% certain there's a guy gotta be down here. Yeah. Two guys. Oh, I hit you. Alright, Oh! Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I guess he fell down, finally. So don't they things spawn when there's water on them? That's fine there. I think that's probably a good way to go about it. Oop. More dudes. Oh no, he didn't fall. He just couldn't get down. Alright, I'm gonna leave now. We're gonna head out. We're gonna go do other things. Anyway, but yeah, spider dungeon. All good. I do gotta figure out how to get over there again so I can go defeat those guys, but I mean... Yeah. I went the wrong way. As long as I get everything that they drop. Alright, this is the way to go, because you gotta go down carefully. Wait, which one is this way? Yeah, this is effectively correct. And we can just kind of jump. I know that eventually it'll be at the point where they can just kind of jump down, but if they were smart enough, they aren't really yet, but, you know. I'm obviously not that smart either. Alright, back to what we were working on, which was getting some more tree action so that we can finish off the post. Boom, 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 ba dum, bum, ba da 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 da. There we go. And as I said, the easier way in and out for right now. Let's go finish those gas. I could sing that high, I just don't wanna. You could tell that I had to remove some blocks to deal with the happy gas, but overall I should be able to get back out with relative ease. Please. No way. All right. Alrighty. So let me go and get a mushroom so that we can get some more. This has to be one of my most used items. Can't remember if I have any actually. Just sitting around. I don't have bone meal. Yeah, I do actually have one. I only need one, I think. Alright, whoops. Didn't mean to do that, son. Okay. Alright, let's get a few more pieces. We can actually get up there. And I think that's enough to collect to get up there. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, I wish there was a way to kinda... At times like this, I wish there was a harvesting method that would allow me to, how do I put it? Collect multiple at once. That wasn't just the TNT. I mean, I don't do a lot of TNT. You put some murder powdered snow. I mean, okay, but why? I mean, it can be annoying, I'm not gonna deny that, but... What, did you recently die in your Minecraft world? Not that I don't get it. Alright, we have more than enough, but I'm gonna go for a second one, and, oh gosh. I really don't want to deal with them. I still haven't made a shield. Oh yeah, and then the prison mines that we'll have to get to eventually. Alright, but we haven't yet. The proof? New. Oh. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I do hate... I do feel like it is a little frustrating. Especially... I to the point I kind of almost feel like... I know that they did the leather shoes, but I feel like you could also just kind of... I'm trying to get over to my bed that's nearby-ish. Is there a bed here? No. I don't know, you got magma blocks. Its entire purpose is just to kill. But you can figure out other ways to utilize them that makes them not horrible. Same with snow block, or powdered snow. If you put a carpet over it, you can land on that and always be safe. Mind you, no other entity will be safe, but you will. Ba-bum, ba-da, ba, ba, Nope, 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 nope. I don't know. It depends on what you're looking for. I think the biggest problem with the powdered snow is just the only way to pick it up is with, and keep it, is with a iron bucket, right? I think if that wasn't the only way, it wouldn't be so frustrating. And it is a little odd. It needs to have the unique method, right? Well, think of it like this. It has its uses, but the only really way to pick it up is with a bucket. And I'm not saying that I feel like it should be like, oh, you can just pick it up, no problem, but I do kind of feel a bit like it wouldn't be as annoying if you could go take it for the uses that you want without having to get to iron first. And I mean, under normal circumstances, that's not a big deal, but once you get, yeah, if you find yourself in a snow biome, it can be quite frustrating because it honestly takes longer to break than regular snow, because as far as I've found. So yeah, it's that kind of thing that to me makes me go, I just kind of feel like if it had, how to put it, if it had, yeah, if it just had a way to kind of, how do I put it? You know, this would have been a great opportunity, this most recent update of this, right? To give copper buckets. I think that's one of the things that would have helped. Problem is, it's that whole, oh, you need iron. Maybe copper buckets can't hold lava, but, like, you could have them maybe be able to hold things that are, like, snow or water. I think that would have helped a lot, and it would make it a lot less frustrating. Because you can find copper relatively easy, right? Again, like I said, a lot of mod packs do that to give you your ability to have your bucket earlier, right? Because you'll need it. And I think it is a smart method to go along with. And they had the perfect excuse. They're adding all the copper tools and everything. Or even a gold bucket. Have it just be something that cannot hold lava. And to make it different, that one's probably the easiest part. Just have it be that you just can't pick it up at all. Not have it melt the bucket or make it like hurt when you pick it up or anything. Just make it that the copper bucket doesn't pick it up. Or gold bucket or whatever. Or you could even have it be maybe like have a copper bucket can't pick up lava. Have a gold bucket cannot pick up powdered snow. Both can pick up water and Even though it doesn't really make a lot of sense, we find a lot of gold in the nether, so, you know, you can go with that. Cobblestone bucket, yeah, that's what a lot of mods do. Or a clay bucket. It is a thing. It's kind of odd that... Or that could have been used for the pot. Or you could even add something like a jug. Maybe you could have a jug of milk. Maybe a jug of water... Maybe it only picks up, like... I don't know. Maybe it can hold, like, a full powdered snow block, but that's the only thing it can hold a full thing of. Otherwise, it's, like, 2 bottles of water. But because snow's a little bit less, especially powdered snow in theory, right? It would be less condensed than water, so you could, in theory, pack it into a jug that can hold 2 bottles of water. If 3 bottles of water is a bucket, basically, right? That's another way to handle it. I don't necessarily think that one, to be clear. It's an idea. There's so many methods to go about it and utilize with it, but it's a little odd that they never do. Not really. There's ways to go about it. There's ways to kind of introduce things, right? That could kind of help fill that gap. If they want to make things easier in the early game, those are the kinds of things that would actually make some sense to have early game. Again, I don't think you should be able to pick up lava necessarily until you have iron. I'll go there. Oh, I just realized what I did wrong. No wonder I was so confused. I could have totally finished. Oopsie daisy. Like, between all of the things, because having the ability to move water early game would be one of the things that, to me, I think would actually improve the early game. Again, I'm not saying it has to be a whole lot, but I feel like of all of the things, like, in theory, shouldn't iron be not what prevents you from getting something? Not having the iron, rather? You know, I might fill these in other than, like, one. But you can traverse between them now. And then if you want to leave, you have to go through a specific one. I wasn't originally thinking that way, but that was back when I had only 4 of these things. And now there's so many more that it's kind of like, yeah, maybe you could do that. Anyway, yeah. I think that that's the kind of thing, to me, that would make for a positive improvement, rather than just kind of going, well, tools. Like, I feel like between tools and this, I do feel like tools are less problem. Now, here's a question. Do we add in one more pillar forward? That is the one you would enter and exit from to go to town or whatever? And then you can have like a basically an up and down elevator effectively. Considering how this is built, I do want to add a bridge over here as well. I'm gonna need more deep slate, so I will have to go get that. But basically, the idea would be as you move forward from, you could stable your gas in one of these. In theory, I'll have to figure out how to get this to prevent gas. Like I think I only would. I just don't know if gas can escape. But if I could kind of set that up, I might also go make myself a stone shovel here again, and then remove the rest of this so that we can have that. But I think the only place it would need one forward would be here. And then, yeah, the idea would be that... You know, that's 3 bees, right? I'm not going to mess with them right now. I do silk touch, and I do have the ability to go make a quick campfire. Let me get the bees to go in. I might do that really quickly. As we know, I have a need for bees. Eventually. In all honesty, that would be the best thing for the thing over there. Be using that. I need bees for that. But we have bees here. They make some trapdoors. In theory. Yeah, but it seems like it'd be too much work. I just need to set up my bee garden soon. Very soon. I just don't want to hurt the bees, you know? I do like the idea that occasionally the petals just drift down when the wind is right. Obviously, in general, that's just how the... But if we could have, like... wind. That'd be a cool thing. Let me go make myself, I need to get stuff anyway. And dump stuff. Alright, I don't need this. I do need this. Potentially. I just want some loose logs. I should have some loose logs in here. Alright. Do I have any easily access? I mean, I do. Perfect. I do need more torches, though, so I am gonna kinda... It does come down to here, anyway. Alright. There we go. All good. I suppose the water could flow both ways as far as the lake is concerned. I don't know. Alright. When nightfall hits and they all go into their thing, I'll just pick up their hive. I'll use my silk touch, either the hoe or the pickaxe. Yeah. Or I guess I can watch them a second. Come on, you can go in. Like you're covered in pollen. Which one is... Oh, touch. This should have 3 bees? Yes, perfect. Take the bees. Take that, bees! Actually, this would even be... Go with maybe. Kind of like that. Kind of get an idea. I actually kind of like the idea of utilizing those. And maybe it would change out... here. And then you'd obviously have a little bit before you would have it go up, right? Like that. What do you think? Too much? Not enough? I think I'd go a little bit lower though as well. To be realistic here. Alright, let me finish the inside real quick. I know? Wait, what do I know? What do I know? Us. I know it's best. I see. I don't know about that, but I just was kind of curious. Alright, I think... I do want this here. I think I want to go down one. It looks a little weird. Put that there. Maybe there. Wait, I know what to do. I do know what to do. Although I think I know what I want. But I've got to sleep, and I gotta do it from the inside partially. I mean, I've thought about doing, like this. Because, I mean, that would look cool, but I think I like the other way better. But I think there is one more step to kind of do, but I do kind of sort of need some wood. And stuff. I think I need to bring out some stuff here. Let me go grab some materials and then I'll be right back. It occurs to me, there's a type of parody I kind of hope that they do where they take it from Bedrock and as you drop it, but you know that they're going to remove. But it makes a lot of sense. You know? And that is that granite, andesite, and diorite can be used as, like, stone. This stone. Right? I'm gonna put this in here for now. Alright, because thing is, it makes a lot of sense that, as they are counted as a type of stone, even in the game, if you look at it, although it says there here, it is a stone variant, right? That's how they count it. And in Bedrock, because it's a stone variant, it is what it is. So it works to do things like make, the different, yeah, stonecutter and stuff. Yep, exactly. And while I don't necessarily think it would be the 100% perfect solution, I do think it would be a good one to kind of lean into. Now, mind you, you know they're just going to go for the easy path and just remove it, which is just a shame if they ever realize it exists. But it's like, it makes sense. Yeah, Deep Slate, exactly, is supposed to be also considered, but that's not for redstone stuff. But the thing is, it's like, overall, it's like, there's a logic to it. The only thing that it's not is that it'll always be, it doesn't have a cobbled variety, but, like, it gives it usefulness outside of using it for building. Of which on Java it really doesn't have that, but on Bedrock it does, because you can use it to craft things. And it's just so weird to think about that, especially since the Stonecutter and this was 1.14 that they added these blocks in. The whatever it's called, you know, the grinder, whatever it is. Effectively whetstone, but anyway, point being, they added those things in, and yet it's only normal stone that can do it. But realistically speaking, I almost feel like it really does make more sense to assume that it would be the other way around, that this would be something that would have that variation be able to be utilized. To some extent. I'm not using those. Here's my thought here. I'm gonna have another way in and out for this, but my thought here is that this go here and then, or no, sorry, I did that wrong. This go here and then this go here. Like that. And then obviously you have the normal all the way up there. Alright. Let's do it like that. Alright, again, on the bottom row. Bottom. And bottom. Alright, let's see this. But yeah, considering that's the idea, it feels a little odd that that's not what they went with. Alright. There. So it's not a whole lot of light, but it is a little bit there, so we can see. I kind of like it. What do you think? Or should it be on the top? This is with it on the top, so it's easier to see. Maybe top. You like it? I think I'm gonna go with the top, though, because it is a little bit more visible. And that also allows a little more space there. Because the concept that I'm kind of going for is like a flight, right? Yeah, that's a little better. I like that. So as you come in, but only I think on the sides necessarily, maybe on these as well. Or again, you can kind of lean into like that as well. But I think that's just a little too out. Right? Which is why this is kind of better for that. If I could have what I would really want, obviously we can't. But what I would really want to do is I'd want to be able to have, we have a bottom and top slab there, like that, right? And then it would not have like it go in there, it would just kind of be flush. Or to have some form of, I love these lights, but I do think I wish I had some form of lamp variety. Kind of like the copper ones, but I feel like they need one for this. Maybe use gold to kind of create a, or netherite. Ooh, now I'd like that. If you could use netherite to kind of, it'd be a flex. I acknowledge this. But imagine you could take netherite with this and then, like, make a lamp out of it. That'd be cool. Anyway, I need to make myself a quick... I'm just gonna use... because I've got this here anyway. It's like, yes. And again, like I said, I know it'd be a flex in late game and all that, but... I don't know. I think it'd be a reason to kind of... In reality, I kind of... Like, it's already lit up, right? I mean, also glowstone is as well, but... Like, why not lean into some of these different things to make it just kind of look... And then what I would do is probably take the sea lantern, and that's what I would mix with gold. Make a lamp there as well. I mean, it's already a lamp, but... You get the picture. I think those are the kind of things I'd really love to see. I also have to admit, it's a little odd that it's not been done in, like, any mod packs either, I don't think. I mean, it's usually just, like, a bunch of varieties, but... The concept of utilizing different shades that would just kind of go with it. And especially something that you could create in survival without needing, like, something like Chiseled or something. I think that's something that would be nice, because it could add some more varieties. Actually, I mean, that's kind of where I would think that, like, plain Minecraft could go to add more options like that. If they want to go for decoration, right? Those are some of the ways to really kind of lean into that. That is really odd that they don't. I honestly think that's the thing I go with the most, is lighting options. I feel like, much like having brick options and stuff, I feel like for some of these things, it's like, it's odd that they don't... How do I put it? Like, variety... yeah, like bed variants, that'd be cool. Or, you know what? Here's what they could do with beds to make it a little bit nicer. Connected textures. They have things that do that, right? That will connect, but on their own, or maybe they don't. But that's something that could really flow a lot better. It's the ability to connect the textures together. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm just... Yeah, we do have the loom to be able to, in theory, do that, but no. Yeah, it doesn't do that. See, I think that's the thing to me... No, it's only a modded that I just remembered. But I think that's the kind of thing to me that would kind of allow the game to kind of have a little bit more variety without leaning too hard into it. And maybe they feel that it's too much work, but I don't know. I feel like if only like a specific number of blocks, like say a bed. And they can all still be separate beds. It's just that the textures together become a big bed. I kind of feel like, to me, that's something that would maybe at least help a little bit. And then you could have bed variants that don't do that as well, but... I mean... I'm not saying they gotta go to the whole point of, like, everything is just Meanwhile, I'd love to see the stairs and slabs for each block. I think that would make a lot of sense, and I don't think it would be as much work as they're kind of figured out to be. I just don't know how to do it. But, like, the concept of being able to, at the very least, have some of them be stairs and slabs, I also do go there. I think there's a logic for the ones I'd pick probably to make stairs and slabs, carpet, and concrete. I'm not going to say you have to necessarily go to terracotta, although it would also make sense, but like I really do think wool and concrete do. Because... But I would also guess the reason they don't want to do, like, for example, wool is a very simple one. It's kind of annoying. Because otherwise then people will be like, well then why not just go to the next level and just do the furniture? Which is the real question. Why not have some form of... And again, I go with, give it a use. Don't just make a decoration if you don't like that. If they want everything to have a use, give it a use. Too many colors. I don't know if there's too many colors. I'm just saying in general. If they feel like, oh, it'll just be whatever, too much or whatever, make it more annoying to craft. Though creativity-wise, I still don't understand the furniture, that if you have options, then you won't be as creative as if you don't have options, and... Yeah, no, I still don't get that one. I think that's a little... I still think that's bogus. Like, really. If someone becomes less creative because they have the ability to make a couch, then doesn't that mean that they're just not as good as they could be? Right? Heck, dirt slabs. What makes a dirt slab too much for someone to be able to be creative with it? At what point does that mean that you're not very creative? If you feel that that's too creative. Or not enough. Too many options. Yeah, like I said, wool stairs. That would fill that gap, ironically, in a nice way. To be like, yeah, at least I have a wool couch, you know? I don't know. Like I said, maybe I just don't understand or something, but... when I look at those things and I hear it, and I'm just like... There's 1,001 ways to handle something. And if your way to handle it is just go, well, it's too complicated, then doesn't that make you the one that's got the problem? Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. I actually think... Alright. So normally these are like 12 apart, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes. Alright, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're still going to go here, but what we're going to do is we're going to come out an extra one there. This is going to be bigger. I probably need to go a bit more blocks, but... 1... 1, 2, 3. I think so. Actually, wait, no, this is fine here. Two, three. But yeah, I think there's ways that you can handle it to be like, it's not that, but... Alright. For the central one, it's a little bit bigger, right? The one you'd be coming in and out of. 2. Actually... I'll probably change these out for stairs later, but... Alright. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we should drop right on. I'm gonna need so many blocks for this final tower, but it's fine. It's gonna look good. It'll look really good. Alright, making sure this is all good like that. I think. It probably won't look that great, but it'll be feeling good. Yeah, sorry, fire. I'll need more blocks, but that's fine. It's just kinda... We have more blocks. I need so many blocks. I wish there was a way to kind of just go to that. There. I might even continue upward with this one. For a little bit, potentially on the inside. Alright, Alright. Let's see if we can't get the idea here. Landing here first. And I'm also thinking we can remove that one there. Oh, wait, no, we can't, because that would be the other. So what we would do is we go up there, 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 there. Alright. I'll need to get more blocks. I gotta get the idea here. I think, in fact, what I would do as well to kind of bring it out. Perhaps even kind of... made in here. Let me go get a couple more blocks. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus. Alright, so I need... like that. Gotta grab another stack. I don't think it's gonna be enough. I think I actually need to finish everything I left, or I need to just start growing more trees. Which should probably be the real answer, because I do need a lot more wood to kind of start working on that one as well, but I don't know. Actually, let's just grab the... not these. Alright, I mean, it's starting to look kind of the part of what you would expect, right? Alright. I know I'm gonna need even more blocks probably than this. Realistically speaking, I just... this is a good starting kind of to just see how I like it. Alright, I mean, it already looks really good. And does definitely feel the part, or feel like it's the part where it's like, I meant to bring even more. I'll need even more. But this is just to kind of get the idea here. I think... Alright, the way I think this will work for here... And then we'll put one here. Although we could do one of these. Like that. Especially if we have the door like that, then we can have this one here be one of these. I could even change these into stairs as well, so that it really and truly just kind of flows in nicely, and you would never even know by having this nice topper here. I think I like that. I'm gonna have to head back, but first I'm just gonna try and build up the rest of this first. Okay. And then here. There we go. Yeah, I definitely am gonna need more. I mean, it is very thick, but that's okay. I would almost be tempted to bring it down a little bit lower and then only have, like, glass go up, but I don't think I'd want to do that, realistically speaking. I think it'll work for what it is. Maybe not. Maybe I do want it to be in the middle. The problem is these are only... They have to be in the very middle. Whereas with this, it's kind of okay to be a little bit thicker. Although maybe what we would do... I don't know. I don't know. Do you think it's too thick? It has to be a little too thick. Go all the way up. But at the same time, I want to do something on the middle going up even more for this section only. effectively like a lighthouse, so I do think it'll be fine. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm overthinking things. I really shouldn't. Perhaps like that. Let me see. Let's say that was it would go up even higher. Maybe. Yeah, I think that could do it. And what would happen here is that you're going to have this here, right? Make a box like this. So this would kind of come up to here. Like that. Let's see, let's go up to like here maybe. I need more blocks. I'm gonna have to get more blocks. But then basically then the idea would be that this would be glass all the way to the top. But not just any glass, we'd have glass panes, and then we'd have the water that goes all the way down that way, and then we can have one that goes up and one that goes down. I think the way to have it kind of work is that you would pop out the other side, then you'd have to walk around to, but we'll see. Alright. These do feel like they look a little silly, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I just have to accept what it is. Let me go see what glass I have. If I have any glass that's decent. I don't think I do. I think I have no glass because I think I died in another with a bunch of glass. But that's fine. I can get a bunch of emeralds pretty easily. I'll probably do that real quick. And then get some glass. And then we gotta pick a color. I would probably go with the blue at this point. So, unless I have some, then I'll just use that. Being, ever so, cheap that I am. I'll just take some chicken up and sell that. Or feathers. We'll see what we have more of. I got those chickens. Alright, first, do we have any glass? Not really, and definitely not the colors I would use. Okay, so... I'm not that cheap. I'm cheap, but not that cheap. Alright, let's start by removing this. Alright. Alright. Oh, it was nowhere near as much as I thought it was going to be. I guess because I've actually not been in the area. For once. Yeah. Alright. This works out for me. Let me double check that I did that right. Yeah, I did that right. Alright, yeah, I'll take the feathers, I think, because I've got so many feathers. It'll be for the best. 3, 4, 5. 4. Alright, let's collect a whole bunch of these. We're just gonna sell them to... get emeralds to get glass. Actually, we're gonna chuck this in here for now, and we'll take even more feathers. There, we have so many feathers. We're gonna sell them to the dudes, right? They'll love them. The and then we'll get glass in return. Actually, I could dump even more and take even more. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! Ba, 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 da. Ba, da, da. Ba, ba, ba. In fact, I could come back for all my blocks afterward, if I remember. Don't let me forget. And we wouldn't need to... We can take all the feathers. Oh, the feathers are ours. It should be almost time to sleep, so then we'll sleep. We'll go up, we'll go deal with the guys. And we'll be good. We're almost there. I don't know if it's mischievous. It's realistic. It's because like I'm left with I don't need that much, but I do need some food. Some food needs to be done. I should also probably go cook some chicken, or take some chicken over for cooking purposes. Cook some chicken. I'll move it over to the down here. We'll come back up. We'll go to sleep. We'll be good. Oh, I don't think I can actually. Sorry. Alright, I can sleep. Sleep. Let's go sell these. Anyway, you know, if I honestly do kind of vote for if they're gonna change the UI for some to some extent here on Java. Obviously not to the same extent as Bedrock, clearly, but like if they're gonna sorry. But they're gonna change it anyway, right? Why not add the ability to turn certain types of cheats on her, huh? They really think of it as a cheat. You know? Let me just hold this. Alright, there's gonna be another guy in here. I think I don't know that you all... I don't have that many left. But I can sell them. Thank you. Anyway, but I was gonna say is, yeah, do I actually have a chest in here? I do. We'll keep feathers in here for when we need them, but, yeah. Our Fletchers. That was the convenient use of Fletchers. Now we can go buy a ton of glass. Anyway, I do kind of feel like at this point with the patrols, I'd like to be able to turn them off. I'm not like saying like I have to be able, but have to use commands to kind of do it is a little frustrating. And all I want to do is turn out something simple. And maybe the code for it is just too complicated. Maybe I just don't understand. But to some extent, I just feel like... Like, yeah... Oh, I need even more glass. And then one more guy, maybe? There should be a gold guy in here. Fine, I'll leave the last emerald in here for now. I don't know. Maybe I just want too much. But I really do think... To some extent... I don't know. I just want the ability to turn off patrols without having to connect to LAN. I know it's not that big a deal, but still. It feels... a bit much. A bit silly. At this point. Especially since this was something that they added in later. I mean, you could tell me I don't understand or anything like that. That's fine. I don't completely, but... I don't know. It does feel a bit much. Sometimes. We want to go... Okay, so if I want to do this, I have to do... all of that. The idea that I've got to leave the, I've got to turn on commands when I first come in. Effectively, just so that I don't Yeah, I don't know how to put it. Is there actually fluent cities, but we're gonna go with that anyway. And like it's like I know technically I can just anyway. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. And the only thing I definitely know is that Java is not really, I suppose the word would be newbie friendly. If they want to encourage people to play on this version, there are things I think beyond like the basic tutorial, and you don't want the tryhards as much. You like, and like I said, I think it's not so much the like I get something, but I honestly do go with the whole. The way I really feel like it is, if I mistakenly leave something like fire tick on, right? Because I figure I could turn. I either can't find it because of how convoluted the setup for this one is. Oh, they exist in Minecraft. Those are the individuals who go and say that anything and everything is OP. And to be clear, it's not that I think that they're just... They have no point that some things can be considered OP potentially, but... I don't think that that's that big a deal. But beyond that, more than anything, I just kind of feel like that there is a bit of a breeding ground to it within Java specifically. Like, and I would say specifically Java, interestingly enough. I think... Oh, I just remembered I wanted 3. I'll go back in a minute. Oh, wait, no. Yes. Anyway. I'm sure there's people who disagree with me calling them that, but... I don't know. I really do think there's a certain level of just... Yeah. Those who consider anything and everything to clearly be OP, whether or not it is, whether or not, and then like the only people that Minecraft really seems to listen to for the most part, that it gets a little weird even. It's like, I don't know. Why? Like, of all the people whose complaints you listen to. Anyway, beyond that... I honestly think it doesn't even necessarily take a whole lot to kind of... I think, honestly, I really do go with the whole, I think for the menu, that is a big part. It's just, it's like, yeah, and on Bedrock, it is a lot simpler. You get a lot more, you do get a lot more casual people there because yeah. Anyway, I honestly, like, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. But things like, I get you can go, well, you don't have cheats on, but it's like, but how do I understand that cheats means, or rather, not turning it on with the start of the world? How am I supposed to understand that that is um the commands? And beyond that, how am I supposed to understand that? Which, by the way, even Bedrock does not consider things like fire tick, right? So how am I supposed to know that those are things you cannot turn on if you just start your if you start your world without turning it off? Especially if you flip from Bedrock to Java. I'm not. I forgot to grab the. We're about to be making another trip. I needed to make one anyway. It's fine. But I think I kind of where I end up going with it is it's not so much that it's like it's just that whole like as I've gone through and I've done things more right on Java, I've realized how annoying some things can be. And I think that's the biggest one to me, though. It's just the idea that of all the things that they're like removing from Bedrock to make the parity changes, quote unquote, things as simple as just UI differences for just how you can turn things on and off in the menu, which is such a much bigger thing, in all honesty. I think that's where I end up going with it. It's not so much that it's like on its own, it's like I don't think it's that big a deal, but having played both versions, I think that's a much bigger thing to me. In general, right? With it. That it's so strange that that's not ever been perfect. And I kind of get the idea of going, well, I'm so bad at this. I was on it. Ah, that's so annoying. You know what, we're just gonna feel very frustrated in ourselves because I'm so bad at this. Anyway, point being though, beyond anything else, I do find myself feeling You know what? We're gonna go in from the top. I suck at this. Or is this, You know what? We're gonna do this. Anyway. Point being, though, it's like... I don't know. And, I mean, beyond that, Java has a different menu in general for certain things. And the ability of the things you can turn on and off are very different. Which is very strange. I don't know how else to explain it. But I really and truly... I think like the biggest example of it that I can think of, like just off the top of my head every time, is the concept that to be able to turn something on or off with one. Minecraft, or rather on Java, is so different than non-Bedrock. And it's probably something they'd have to go back through and change from like the beginning, but it does feel a little bit like, well then, how can you ever truly push towards parity, right? These bunnies, the other bunnies. If this is something that you just simply put, either don't choose not to or just cannot change. And while they already never plan to do things like the Nether roof and stuff, I feel like this is something where it's like, they can't make Bedrock be like Java for something like that unless they want to completely lose that entire demographic. And maybe they do. But at the same time, you can't just... effectively prevent a different group from ever having that as a feature either, technically. And again, I'm not like... I'm not, to be clear, I'm not like... How do I put it? I'm not saying that they should just... do it one way or another way, right? I feel like I need to specify this. But I do kind of feel like... there is a certain level of just... expectations, I guess. No, I don't think everything needs to change from Java to Bedrock. I really don't. Even with the UI, I think having things that are a specific way are fine. I do think, though, you can at least... and I would call this just cleaning up, right? They could clean up the menus a little bit. Potentially. At the very least... like... I don't know how to put it. The thing is, on Bedrock, they've determined what is a cheat and what's not, right? I think that's where I would go with it. Even separating things like Fire Tick, which they've determined on Bedrock even, or specifically, this is where I would use this as the basis. I think that's something that you could put in one one place to try and adjust this potentially, right? Whereas something like doing Daylight Cycle, which is not considered, it is considered a cheat, right? And have that just kind of end up being separate. I don't know how difficult it would be to clean that up, but since they've dedicated themselves, or dedicated so much to the point that they're doing like practically nothing on their whenever they add something to the now doing drops. If one of their big dedications is to kind of clean up their code, I feel like that's a place where that kind of is just for world building or setting kind of thing as you're going in would be nice. Because as a Bedrock user, this is where I go with this. Especially having no idea the difference between Bedrock and Java. I had no idea that I'd be going in and be effectively questioning what the heck when I couldn't figure out. I wouldn't even think about it until I realized I don't know where Fire Tick is. I've learned later on, but I don't know about that. But yeah, I think that's something I end up going with it. Yeah, they are. It is odd that only dogs can get wet. And then it took so long for it to be on both versions, as far as I could tell. But I mean, especially considering they want to effectively do the equivalent of the vibrant visuals, but obviously it won't be the same for Bedrock, but they want to do that, right? I feel like just doing things like animals can get wet would do just as much. But I'm gonna guess it's well, actually, I don't know if it would be more difficult. Because, I mean, they're trying to change the entire, effectively, how the engine runs without changing the engine, which is the opposite of what they did on Bedrock, when you think about it. I have no idea where the other went. And... But you know what? We're gonna just gather like this. Anyway. I honestly do kind of look at it that way as just kind of... The real answer is they just want to have shaders that are official shaders. Which honestly mess up all the other shaders. That oftentimes look better. At this point. That's how it is on Bedrock, so it's a little odd. Choice-wise. Like, I think the idea of the vibrant visuals is cool, to be clear. I do think... that, at least on, I don't know, the Java version obviously is getting more time overall, I guess, and doing piece by piece. But I feel like the Bedrock shaders could just, the vibrant visuals could just use a little bit, I mean just a little bit more time in the oven before they, introduced it. as an actual thing, because it definitely is... Well, it's ugly. It didn't need to be. I really do feel like it didn't necessarily need to be ugly. But, yeah, I do kind of feel like... I mean, all the work, changing the engine, doing all this different stuff, only for it to look... And for, like, all the settings to do pretty much nothing. Overall. That's the other thing. For me, at least. Is it really didn't feel like there was much difference between every single thing I tried doing. And maybe it has, like, an incredibly different look if I had, like, a super 4K... Actually, I think this is a 4K monitor, but, maybe it's not. So we're gonna pretend that it definitely doesn't... Like, maybe an 8K monitor, da-da-da-da-da, all this stuff, right? Maybe it would look minimally different. But the differences aren't enough to notice to actually have the sliders. The only thing that really changed anything was brightness, and now I think that the, you can change the fog and have less fog, but that just means there's less fog. It doesn't actually change the core issue with them, which is just how saturated they are. So even if you turn down the fog, you still have the... It's just that now you don't get the fog with it. And just, to me, I kind of look at it and go, I don't know. I really do think but for it to have some, to really kind of feel more fleshed out, it does just need a bit of a saturation. And what I would say is maybe the way that the saturation works is that the coloration kind of... Just with shaders, right? Starts at, like, base Minecraft, but with, like, shadows and stuff, right? And then as you turn it up, then the color can go up from there. Or maybe even, like, a little less saturated than this. Like, I mean, I might like to play on a world that would have, like, slightly less saturated in general. I forgot to do the thing for... Whatever. I just want to finish this. I have a feeling I'm not going to have enough anyway, so it doesn't matter. Anyway. You love them all. Fair enough. You don't hear me telling you to turn them on. But the fact that they're now supposed to be also that they're the new... When you start a world, that's what you're gonna have. To me, they are not finished enough for that. I'd love it if they were, but, like, to make this be your how it's gonna always be that you'd have to turn it off. Yeah, no, they're not good enough for default. I think, like I said, I really do think that to some extent what it really kind of needs to really help is just a saturation setting. If I could make it less saturate, like less, not the biome fog. The biome fog removes the fog as well, which I like the fog. I just don't like the ridiculous amount of color, like saturation that just I cannot turn off. And it gets super annoying. The fact that they basically read it as, oh, people just don't want the fog on, to me is... like, I'm not trying to make them change... I like fog. I like having atmosphere. The problem is that the Vibrant Visuals isn't really atmosphere. Not really. Oops. And I honestly do think there's other ways to handle it. That would have looked nicer. I don't know. I'm sure that they have a specific thought in mind with them. It's just... having used... you know what? Having looked at Cubic Odyssey specifically, I think I'm gonna go there. It shows how clunkily and badly done, as far as coloration is concerned, Vibrant Visuals are. I think the way the shadows work and everything are amazing, right? I do think that's something to be praised. I mean, that is a really cool for a base shader, right? Yeah, it is a different engine. But my point is more along the lines of... how do I put it? Vibrant Visuals are kind of missing... they're too vibrant. That's really where I end up going with it. They are too vibrant. And I don't think they would be that bad if they were, say... and that's where I end up going with it. Is they are just too vibrant. I honestly think they wouldn't be too as bad if they were less vibrant. I think they would work better in a lot of ways. And that's the thing that kind of makes it such a shame. That for them to look their best would be that they would need to be less themselves, if you will. And I get what they were going for. I do. I really do. But I do think that it would have benefited from less. It's the whole less is more, right? And that's where I think is a shame. I think that if it had less color. And the thing is, for the biomes that it looks good in, it looks great. But it's once you start trying to go into other areas, it's like, yeah, that's great. But I'm trying to play the game. Plus, the fact that it just turns all water into the same water is kind of boring. It takes one of the most interesting parts of Bedrock and kind of throws it away. For a shader pack. Official though it may be, it is a shader pack. And that's where I end up going with it. At the end of the day. It's incredibly done. It's impressive, but it just it's a shame. And that's really where I end up going with it. I would love for me to be able to be like, yeah, it's so impressive and cool, and be able to just kind of really lean into that and be like, wait, oh, we've done it. Any new gunpowder that we get from the farm, we can use at this point. Yes, we're gonna keep that as that though, because that is our happiness. I just thought I'd go check. But yeah, that's where I end up going with it. Is I really do end up going to. It's impressively done. It's very, but it's too heavy. It's like using makeup. Less is more. I know you're not going to understand that, but that's really where I end up going with it. It's very much like makeup. You can use a little bit of eyeliner to like accentuate your eyes, but you don't need like it caked on there. That's not healthy. You start looking like a clown if you do too much. And I really do think that's how it feels with the game. It's like... Like, I'm gonna be honest, I like this fog effect. I know a lot of people didn't, but I do. I honestly do like fog. I like being able to use fog. The concept that I'm probably gonna have to turn off fog in a bit, like when they finally ever do add visuals, just because that's gonna be the only way to play the game for me, right? I believe it. And I really do kind of lean into the whole, I think if it's not overly done, it's fine. It can look quite nice. But there's a reason why most shader packs on Java have so many options, right? For things you can do and all that. There really is a reason. It isn't just to make things be more one way or another. There is something to that. Design. That looks kind of okay, right? Although I maybe would make these, I think that's where I end up going with it, is overall, it can be okay, but it's only in the very specific settings that it's in. And that's where it kind of ends up losing. Itself. Really and truly. And why it becomes a shame. And I feel like that's like a release lock or whatever. It doesn't look completely perfect here, but you know what? It's fine. It's not meant to. But I think that's where I end up going. I end up going to... How much does it need to really, like, over the top? Does it really need to be over the top, or does it not? If it doesn't need to be over the top, don't make it over the top. I know it's got a face. I'm gonna add in another one there. Or another couple stairs, I guess. I wish I had... The entire concept is just to kind of lean into a more kind of space-agey kind of feel to it, I guess. You could say. Alright, let me go grab more things. Anyway. Sorry. Anyway, but that's kind of where I end up going with it. It's like, it's not that it's the worst thing in the world or anything. It's just... I do think that there is a certain level of just... It can be too heavy-handed. Thanks. My nose just decided that it must sneeze, that's all. I do have torches here, I guess. Oh, he fell. That's not great. I think that spot's still problematic, but it's what we can do here. Try to put something there. Hopefully that's enough. Although I think that spot's still bad. Anyway, but overall, yeah, it just kind of... It's the kind of thing that to me I look at and I just go, it could be so good, but... And the thing is, it's like... I think part of why I didn't realize how bad it looks is just, like... You know, I watch people who are doing snap... I wish I had gone in myself. And this is where I end up feeling at this point. I wish I had gone in myself to see how it looked to myself. Because I think I would have been not as hopeful for it if I had seen it for myself. But, like, in other people's videos, it looks nice, you know? Because they've got all sorts of, like, color correction stuff on their stuff. But for just a plain computer, it doesn't look good. And that is what I did not know. I'll just take 12 of these. Leave these here. That I wish I had. Because it definitely changes my opinion on whether they looked good or not. To actually see them. And I mean, that's the kind of thing where I do go with, I think that if they ever do add in, they do add end update stuff, I'm gonna go on myself to see what does it actually look like, because yeah, it's cool. I don't know stuff, but the fact that there's a lot that goes into to cleaning up, and it's just like, yeah, it doesn't look that great at all. Except for like one biome. One biome looks relatively okay, other than the amount of just the light needs a little less. I don't need the bloom texture all over my stuff all the time for the light. I think that is it, again, it's too much, because then you can't really enjoy the it's too extreme. The most I'm gonna go here, shader packs, don't do it. You know, it probably means that I will probably never get sponsored by Mojang. I'm okay with that though, because it's like, I'm just saying it as it is, and this is where I feel like it's just a little, There's a level where the praise does not do good things. It just ignores actual issues. Because, well, you know, it's fine. It doesn't have to be... The fact that there's so much that is still effectively in... And you know what, that's the other thing I'd go with. The fact that so much of it is still in beta, right? For their stuff. That I didn't bring over, that's like, well then why is it... Why did you... And you know what the answer is? You wanna know why they brought the Vine Visuals over? So they could be like, well, you know, we did more than just the Ghast. It's like, but the Vine Visuals wasn't done. It's not even on Java. Like, I think it's they instead just done a few small things instead of trying to like just bring the Vine Visuals over to be like, yeah, no, this is here now. I don't think. I think it would have been a better update. Again, small things, and you can focus on the Vine Visuals, but I do think it was not ready. It is not ready. Definitely not ready for default. And that's where I end up going with it. I think it's an idea. They've talked about doing it since, like, 2015. They've canceled every single other one that they've done. This isn't actually the RTX that they said that they were going to initially do. This is something else entirely. And yeah. I forgot something. Again. I am so... Very frustrated with myself. But I did bring the lights, I guess. But yeah, I honestly do think to some extent, and I just realized I need to grab more things I forgot I had. I'll just wait till morning. But yeah, I think part of where I really do end up going with it is just... Yeah. I think there's ways they could have handled it that would have looked just as fine. And would have felt more complete. I mean, considering there was a lot of... If they were working on horses and they just didn't do anything with the horses after all to do with the Vitamin Visuals instead, I don't think that would have been the right option. I don't know if that was the case, but if that was something that they did, to be like, oh, no, we're totally doing something. Giving... Like, I think instead, just dedicate yourself to kind of more of the things that were little things. I honestly think instead of trying to get visuals out there, if they had done things like giving a crafting recipe to name tags. Yeah, exactly. So giving a crafting recipe to name tags and a few other things like that, like they did with the saddle, I think that would have felt a lot more, like, in line with some of the things that they were doing with the update. I honestly think that would have been a smarter way to handle it. It'd be a small update, but you can be full of things that are much more desired. Name tags, just recipes like that, you know? Maybe they can add, like, it doesn't have, it's not treasure. You can buy them from a villager. Yeah, they're expensive as all get out for no good reason, but you can buy them. Like, come on. This isn't like the mending book or anything either. There's things that they could do instead. I honestly think, yeah, name tags. There's a few other items that maybe could use actual recipes. And again, I go with, if they're not going to make a portal for the Deep Dark yet, or whatever it is, make it so those are craftable. Make the reinforced deep slate craftable and removable. I think things like that would be a lot better. Because it would show they're thinking about things, right? Even if it's not what they're currently working on, it shows that they are doing something with it. And I think that is far, far, far more important. Don't know. We just know that's what it's called. Right? And I mean, their justification for why it's is that it's some form of, like, portal block, but potentially. They haven't gone there yet. So it's just a block. It isn't creative. That's why it's called reinforced. But the point is, you can go with something like that, right? By the way, I was only going to do it on the sides, but do we want to do it on these sides as well? It'll make it a lot more expensive, but we can get plenty of trees. We need trees for things anyway. Let me see how this looks. I mean, that's kind of where I end up going with this. It's like, I mean, you have places you can go with things. That would be just fine. Introduce. But they don't. And there are other ways to kind of fill in the update. And I really think that instead of bringing in half-broken shaders, yeah. That feels pretty good. It separates them from this in more ways. Oh, oops, I forgot to make more. But yeah, I think that's where I end up going with it, is it's like, yeah, you can, there's so many ways you can handle something. Let's see, so... yeah, that should be right. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand something. Fundamental that I just... could. I don't think I have enough for this. But that's fine. We can go to the last so we can get better. Alright. Yeah, we can at least get these 3 done. Get 2 of the others done, and then we'll be able to... oh, whoops, I've missed. You know what? I can drop here, right? And then I can go in from the top. Anyway, that's kind of where I end up going with it, is it's like, not so much that it's just the end of the world or anything, it's just... yeah, this is gonna get expensive by the end, but it's gonna be okay, because we'll just make a whole bunch of trees, and we'll do all kinds of things with it, and it'll look amazing! Amazing! Yeah? Although, we'll have to add them in later. Alright. I'm going to 2 spots. And we'll come back. Huh? Anyway, I think that's better like that. I'd even potentially just do this here and maybe do one on the bottom at the top as well. Kinda... I don't think I'd want to go to that height, but I do think kind of leaning like that, especially since we want to do something with these. It does fill out a little bit as well that way. Or we could just have like it be a line and then have just other around it. I don't know. I know I want to do something with it. We'll figure it out. Alright, so the other thing with the glass that I want to do... And like I said, I'll have to go down and get the other blocks that I need, but... The other thing I'd like to do with the glass here... I don't know if I want it to be blue or not, but... The idea is gonna be that on the tunnels, like this, right? So we have that there. And what we're gonna do here would be something like that. The only question would be... where we go all the way up. I don't know if I would. Oops, I did that wrong. I did it wrong! No, I didn't. I just don't. I only have it on one side. But the idea would be that it goes along like that. We have 3 pieces of glass down, yes. I will go get them. Just to be clear, I am gonna go get the items I need. I just wanted to start kind of... Let's see. That there would be a glass encasement, and then beyond that, potentially a... Oh, I'll have lines go around it as well. I'm gonna go turn these all into stairs while I'm going and grabbing stuff. Now here's the question. Powdered snow or... Actually, you know what? Powdered snow. Powdered snow. Powdered snow is easier. I'll go grab the powder bucket. We'll have to go, I think, around, because I don't think there's an easy way up to the other side. Actually, no, there is. There totally is. What am I saying? Well, because it's useful to Moss. And we need some science too, but that's a different issue. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab myself a little bit of this stuff, if I can get over here. And yes, it is not fun. I mean, there's things you can do with it if you have the ability to move it. I mean, like, look at this. Isn't this a nifty little thing to do? Have it be a flush. I mean, I have leather boots on. Tomas, that's one thing to do. Do you have any leather? I would recommend making yourself some leather boots, because then you're okay. What? I mean, yes. Just get some leather boots, man. I think I have some, actually. Do I have any in here? No. Because you don't sink. And you don't freeze. I don't know why they picked leather, but they picked leather. That is your only way to prevent, I think, other than maybe Frostwalker might also work, but I'm pretty sure it's only leather. Here, I'll prove it. Should have some snow over here. I have leather booties on. Yeah, see? Look, I'm walking on the demon, as you put it. Watch, we can even sink in, and we don't freeze. Oh, there's a spider. Foolish spider. Where did you come from? Also, I'm pretty sure spiders should die in powdered snow, right? Oh, there must have been a spot here. Yeah, let's just grab a little bit of this. Interesting. Heck, I mean, if you have leather booties on, it literally can behave as a actual, like scaffolding. You just have to sacrifice your protection for your feet. You could tell before I got leather booties versus after. Probably a good thing I didn't realize. Take a sink there. Anyway, point being, see, we can walk on it. And still be safe. There's a cave, because I dug up iron. Anyway, but point being, if you keep getting stuck, that's what you should do with frozen lands. But that's what I'm gonna say. If you... it's a pain to get the leather, but at the same time, I honestly think if you're gonna be stuck in the frozen world, I would say try and do that. There are uses, too. I mean, that's the thing I'm gonna kind of go with it, is... that there are uses to, powdered snow. The only thing is figuring out how to use them. Right? And, I mean, yeah. I'm sure it's technically a bug, but it became a feature, so if you, like I said, if you put a carpet above it, you don't sink in, right? But you get all the good effects. Alright, let me remember where things are. I should probably mark them. Oh. Nope. 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 Actually, because it works like this on here, right? Yeah. Alright. It's not. Oh, wait, no, I left them upstairs, didn't I? Alright. I have stuff. Alright, so, I mean, I should have gone with cyan probably, but this will work for what we're doing. I forgot wood to make signs. I'm gonna go sleep, go back, grab wood, come back. Ugh. Last time we need to run, right? Alright, so while we're waiting for the sun to set, we're gonna do this here. Right? There, I'll pick up the block a second. There. And I'll show you how it works, okay? Tomas. Let me show you how this works. So that we can kinda... And this is gonna be without anything on, so you can see, right? Because, I mean, we know we can take the fall, right? Ready? See? Cool, huh? You know what? We're gonna go get those signs because I forgot them, and I do need them for this. This is kind of important. I wonder if I should practice water bucket clutching in a safe-ish environment. After all, we have booties. Yeah, so what you could do is you could have like a hay bale, and then what you could do is you could cover, like, by having the hay on the side, or rather the hay on the sides, but then for where you would land on, you could just have it be... There's two ways to handle it. Alright. I did it! Boom. Fun. I am gonna... But, I mean, obviously, dead, because we had no sound. If I had thunked, we'd know. I didn't thunk. Anyway, yeah, so, like, there would be two ways you could handle it, because you fall through powdered snow, right? So you could either have it be, if you want it to be, like, on top, you'd only have the one that you would land in, right? But then it would be, like, the next two layers down would be how you would get out. Or, the other way to handle it would be to have it be that the spots you would land on would be covered in yellow carpet. Right? Or, if you have leather booties, you can just have it be that layer. And then you can just sink in afterward. There's uses. Huh? What do you mean? What was always the reason for what? I don't know what you're talking about. Tomas, you're gonna have to explain what was reason for what. No, powdered snow exists because a lot of YouTubers went, what does snowier snow mean? And so people voted for it. Just like the glow squid. In all honesty, that's the real answer. And a lot of other people then went, yeah, what does snowier snow do? And thus powdered snow must come into existence because now they have to explain what snowier snow means. Because they clearly wanted people to vote for the swamp. I mean, think about it. Reality-wise, that's just kind of how it goes. It was a biome vote, right? The biome vote was between that, the swamp, and the mesa, right? If it was the mesa, then they would have had vultures that will circle your stuff if you die. A fruiting cactus you could eat the fruit off of. Prickly pear. And there was, I don't remember what the tree type was, or what the other thing was. Then you had the swamps. Obviously, we've now gotten the things for the swamps because they liked the swamps enough, right? They wanted it to be done anyway. I forgot to do the... You know, we'll deal with that later. Anyway. But... And then you had the goats that you had a... Well, the reason people didn't want to vote for the bird originally was because the way they put it in their little trailer, it sounded like the vulture would just steal your stuff. But you don't want the vulture to steal your stuff, right? So by the time the vote happened, that they did correct it by that point, but it would inevitably have been too late. And then, like I said, then from there, a lot of... And this is the thing I always find crazy when I see people talk about the glow squid situation. I'm like, dude, literally the year before, it was the exact same thing. Yeah. But basically, the point is... And here's where I'm gonna go with it. And this is where I think... I'm glad the glow squid did win, right? It could have been cool to have... But like, when you see all the other negative mobs, especially illagers, I kind of like, I am so glad we didn't end up with that. That would have been agony. People are stupid. Yeah. Alright. Alrighty. Push them to explain the boot thing? What boot thing? Because they had to do something, right? Otherwise you get stuck. And I think the idea is supposed to be because leather is lighter. Right? I messed up. I messed up big time. You know what? I should just do it from the top. This is annoying. I can do it, but I don't feel like it. Anyway, that's what I would guess, is that the idea was basically they gotta have something, right? To protect, to keep people from like dying and stuff to it. You ask a question that reality-wise has no answer. Can I actually grow? Yes. Alright. But yeah, that's the real answer. It's just because they offered it in a biome vote. And then they have to figure out how to deal with it because people got curious about things that they probably didn't think people would get curious about. I honestly don't think... as I've said, I'm pretty sure the ideas that they've had scrapped for whatever reason. They've even specified this to some extent. But the problem is, because it's like that, right? It makes things a lot more complicated than they need to be. Now, I don't know why. I really don't. And if they just didn't want people to, I honestly think that's part of why they got rid of the vote, is the reality is people continue to pick other things than what they wanted. So, I honestly do think they started rigging it in the favor of what they wanted, right? They might swear otherwise, but I don't... I honestly do think there's something to it. And then people start going... Yeah. And it's like, then the armadillos won. And now there's a suspicion of, well, why did the armadillos win? And the unfortunate, most likely answer is it probably was kind of rigged. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm saying this as somebody who liked the idea of the armadillos. I honestly do think they, potentially did rig it a little bit. Because this was definitely what they were aiming at, right? With the dog armor and stuff, like, people have wanted that for ages. And then people looked at the other thing that they haven't specifically asked about, right? The concept of being able to build more blocks. And that was far more exciting to be able to put down more blocks. But I don't think think that would be something you'd think of necessarily, right? Anyway. Yeah, that's true. We do need cat armor. It's weird that it's only dog. But it does make sense if you assume that it was just to get people to vote for, the armadillo. Okay, now we have a nice easy way up and down. But I think that's where I end up going with it, is I look at it and I go, okay, so one of these things clearly is aimed at people going like, oh, you guys have wanted this, right? Especially if you go back and you look at them. And beyond that, I think the alley was what was supposed to win, right? And we know that definitely was something they were working on at the time, and had just not added because it had been part of another update. Which makes sense once you realize that they had a significance in Minecraft Legends, and the idea was to connect the another update to that, which is kind of dumb, because they weren't going to add everything that they had it there, but I honestly think that if you look at it, I think that's where, potentially at the end of the day, you're going to find certain things definitely seem to, be in specific ways, and I'm not being negative about it, but I am going to say, that's the only reason you can claim, oh, well, we had to work, we had to come up with ideas for the other two. It's like, well, would have to come up with the ideas, it's like, but you presented ideas, unless the ideas were ideas that you had no idea if they would work or not. The idea was to get the one that you wanted to go in. Right? And as I've said, I really do feel like if you looked at it, this is where my conspiracy theory goes, is if the ones that they wanted to win were the ones that would have come into the previous, or would have been part of the previous update, it fits. Or rather, should have been, and then they weren't added due to certain things happening. Because whenever they had the mob vote ones, other than the first mob vote, a couple mob votes, which they will never bring those back, but they're willing to bring back the ones for these. And that's kind of where I end up going. I really do find myself, conspiracy theorists myself, going kind of it. Just I do go to, I think the sniffer was supposed to be part of the 1.19. I think armadillos were supposed to be part of 1.20. And then they just didn't get added. So then, you know, they become the mob that they push. And the thing is, they fit. When you look at the kinds of things they were updating, the armadillo does make sense to add to 1.20. When you look at what they were trying to do with 1.19 that they didn't succeed at, the sniffer makes sense. 1.17, they just had you pick what biomes you were gonna get extra, right? So I think that's fine. I think, though, from 1.19 onward, it was just literally... potentially a little bit before that point, because the alley as well, I believe, but... that for each of these things... it's just well, they didn't fit it into this update, so they're gonna let you vote to see if you'll pick it. But the ones that are closer to being done are far more likely to get picked because, you know, they have been fleshed out more. There's understandings of how certain things work. And yeah, I honestly think... And then they're clearly on a delay on everything else as well. So if I had to guess, most likely there'll be an end update, like, probably the... Not the next big update, I would guess, but the big update after that. If they do a big update to get... They at least still have some big updates, I think that would be the end. Because they're on such a delay on everything. And I would say, oh yeah, it makes sense that you would assume it's bureaucracy, but if they have to work through the whole year to get that approved, to some extent, in theory, they should have a working model by that point. And one of the biggest things I'd say is, this is why having a theme was so important. Drops don't really have themes, they're trying to make something up afterwards. But if you look at it, there's a lot of stuff that just kind of doesn't get anything to it. And I think the drop method is probably the best way to look at it. It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's crazy that the copper update's getting anything at all, but the reality is, and part of what makes it work is that, well, yeah, a lot of them are just literally retextured. There's nothing else to it. They've retextured lanterns. They've retextured, like, once, though. Only once. They didn't even bother to have a normal version or anything like that. They've set it so that every copper thing will now, other than the tools, will, in fact, oxidize. And then the unique things, the truly unique things, there's exactly two, is the copper golem and the shelf. Everything else is a reskin. But the reason it works in a lot of ways is because, and I still think that I wish that they would just have done like a normal, especially if they're going to be the same like light level and all that. Just come on. Beyond that, part of why it works is that these are things people asked for. The problem is, for things like the copper tools, at this point they're a little too late. Like, by increasing the odds of getting iron and everything so far up, the reason to use copper tools overall is kind of low. Emerald is more wanted. And the other thing was, part of what people wanted with the copper tools, if you remember, was that maybe they could have something unique to them. They didn't just want copper tools, they wanted to have a unique concept. Having them basically be gold but worse was not what people were hoping for. And while there's some people who are like, yeah, this is great. When they get their hands on them, they're not going to be as happy as they think they will be, because they're not actually playing around with them. They're seeing YouTubers go, this is crazy good. And it's like, once you put your hands on them, it's not going to be as great. And that's where I think I end up going with it. I feel like that the things that people hoped for, like, at this point 4 years ago, is, well, but the thing that saves the update is the copper golem. Because so many people wanted the copper golem, it doesn't matter what the copper golem does. At the end of the day, the fact that it exists has people happy. And the fact that it does anything inventory related and allows you to kind of have a bit of an inventory sorter system that isn't just redstone that can break, is what makes the update work. The shelves are cool-ish, but yeah. I honestly think the thing that makes the update really and truly is the Copper Golem, and the only real reason is because, well, two reasons. One, it does Redstone, it does something that Redstone normally would be able to do, but does not break. But it's in a much more limited capacity. But that's fine. That's acceptable. Plus, it brought a bunch of other copper things. Other than, again, I'm going to go here. The copper tools are not going to be, they're just not going to get used. People are going, oh, I'll use them, I'll use them. It's just... Fair enough. Hello, Gifted Divinity. Thank you for first time chat. I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying long term, I don't think copper tools are going to be all that amazing. But, I mean, the golem's going to be cool. Honestly, yeah. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not trying to just complain. I am nitpicky. I'm just being realistic. But I think, to be fair, the Copper Golem does... I do think that is a worth of an update with how it works and everything. I don't think the Happy Gas really was. I think Vibrant Visuals needed to stay in the oven a lot longer. Still should be in the oven. The fact they're not working on the things that kind of need to be worked on, not happy about that. And yeah, I mean, the Happy Gas is so cute. It's so sweet, but yeah, I don't think it was completely worth the drop. Leash changes are cool, but and it's nice that you're able to now craft a saddle, but I really do end up going to... I don't... And honestly, when you stop and you look at the drops, they do not make... I know there's people going, oh, it'll make a full update with it. It's like, the Happy Gas should be the last update for that, because I've forgotten about the bundles and all that. So basically, the update would have been bundles, reskinned animals, creaking, Happy Gas. Pale oak, which is reskinned wood and tree completely. And every which way. And, I guess now shelves. And no, people would not be happy with it as an update. But because it's over the course of like a couple months, it feels like it's so much more, and it's not. I think it's a shame. I really do. But I'm not just trying to... I rant. I rant a lot. And I know I do. But... yeah. I do feel it's a bit bloated. Thank you, Hamakli Yogurt. Hello. Again, I hope you're doing well this evening. And yes, alright. I hope you've been well. Anyway, I'm sorry I was ranting about Minecraft. But hey, it's not the ancient city. I'm staying out of the ancient city for right now, so I'm not ranting about the ancient city, and I think that is probably good. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. It's fine. Like I said, it was more just like... it was more just like being nitpicky. If I truly wanted to rant, I would have been down in the ancient city. Because that's where I really rant at the end of the day. It was so frustrating. And I mean... yeah. And like, I mean, I was just saying why I think the copper update drop really will work as a happy drop kind of thing for the most part. But like I said, I do think the copper tools are just kind of be, and by the end, going to be left by the wayside. But the copper golem is a likable enough thing. The shelves are an intriguing concept, especially for mini games and the like. Mind you, I'll never have anything like that on here just because, well, I'm alone. But yeah, I do need to finish soon. I was gonna at least try to get more of the glass done. But yeah, I really do think that if I had to guess, the next major update is going to probably be the combat update. And then the update after that will probably end up being the end update. Based on their just looking at how long it takes for them to get around to doing, or to get to doing something that gets asked for it from where it was asked to where it actually gets done. If I had to guess. I'm gonna probably be completely wrong. I'm just saying because like, well, 4 years. About 4 years ago, people were begging for the combat update. And then flipped to the end update just because that was more exciting. That was more, you know. I plan to be completely and totally wrong, though, because there's no, because that would be too. Anyway. Actually, let's go with here. Let me see, halfway between. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's do one here. And here? Let me look at this. And then it has 4 in the middle. Yeah. Alright. Anyway. But yeah. I mean... So this will go here. I just messed that up again. How do I do that to myself? This needs to be this. Then anyway, I'm just trying to kind of complete the first bridge so that this will have. All right, so then this comes out here and here, and then we'll put this here. And here, and I'm gonna drop down, grab these, go sleep, and then we're gonna try and adjust. The idea basically is, let's see how it looks. It looks okay. Right. Oh, I need glass. I did consider doing like a white glass, but I think. What do you think? White glass or regular glass? You know what? Let me try regular, or let me try the white. I think the white might look okay. It would make sense above, potentially. Alright, so instead of this... And then this would be like that, right? All the way across. Yeah, I think white would work. And then what you would do here... I just didn't aim. That was on me. Alright, let me grab these, and then, yeah, I like the idea of kind of doing some white. Let's just add a little bit more to kind of see. Alright. So if we did it like that, and then we bring this up here, like that. And that's kind of like that, right? But then the idea here would be this would come around. This might be a bit much. Yeah, that's a bit much. So what we'll do is we'll go here. Fill the glass in. Like that, right? And we'll do the same thing here. To glass. Glass. Drop 1, 2 here. And wait. No, I've done that wrong. Here. Yes? No. How did I mess this? Oh, duh. Me. Super confused. Reason. I need to be here. Yeah, so that'll be like that, right? I'll go make some more glass. What do you think? Huh? Or would I be insane? And then that way this kind of comes in here. But it just creates a tunnel. Alright. Fill this all the way in. Alright. And then we could even have this go up like this. So then we have like bubbles, right? Alright, make sure I've actually done this correctly. Yep. Although we can have this be like this, just to kind of... like that, I guess. Yeah. Heyo, Dr. Player. How you doing? Hello, hello, hello. How have you been? It's been a while. The only question would become, do I want to... I mean, either way, this could be like this, but... I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing okay. I like that. What was it? Yeah, I do gotta finish soon. I do, but I can wait a second. Alright, we'll just do this like this. Because then this kind of creates a little, Nice! I'm glad to hear that. That's, cool. No. That would be a bad thing. Alright, Alright, so then we can do this like this. And then we do that like that, right? I mean, fair enough. If you want to do that, you can. Oh, I messed that up. So... I think what I want to do is I want to pull this one out here. And potentially do something with that as well. Let's just sleep and see. Thank you. This is for happy gas, is the idea. We're building a place to put our happy gas. I don't know. I don't want to know. Gotta be honest. I get the feeling that if I did know, I would not be happy with how many blocks I put down. Alright, let me just do this here, and then there, I guess. And of course we'd remove this. Since this is the main... all that, right? Although I did fill that in, so there's that. So I guess no, this would be... Or did I actually already do it? I didn't already do it. How did I do it on this side? I did stupid. I gotta fix that. Luckily, it's not too tall. I mean, I don't mind. Like, what do you want to see? True, one-way glass would be lovely. I mean, like, obviously I played for a while. Yeah, I don't know what you'd be looking for. Items? What item you want to see? Do you want to see mind? Broken. Crafted. Used. Wait, what is that below? Is it? Yeah. I mean, to be fair here... Alright. I do think this needs to be... Speaking of being used... yeah, that should be like that. That's that. And then I gotta do the same thing on the other side. If I correct that, that'll look better. Anyway, this is gonna be the last time, because I do gotta finish for my cat, like I said, but I was just trying to kind of... just get this done. Alright, so... we put that there, so then this goes here. Like that. And then like this. Yeah. Young man deserves love and attention. Alright, I do believe this is the center block, right? Yes. So this would come out to here. So this goes here. And I'm out of stairs. The idea is going to kind of be once it's done, since the whole idea is just kind of focusing on the idea of gas and all that, right? part of where we gotta focus on just kind of adding some of that in here. I probably should add a floor. Here, I am gonna take some of these and just kind of go 1, 2, 3. I already have some of these in here, but then we can work on the floor, right? Because obviously we don't. It's not going to be this, right? Maybe not obviously, but the other thing would be to maybe add glass to be able to look down, right? Like that. And then you could add in the glass. Probably the white glass. Anyway, next time we're going to definitely need to get even more blocks. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool looking. All the way down. The only thing would be maybe dark gray, but I mean... I think the white kind of can just continue. Problem is, I look at this and I'm like, wait... Because that only goes out to there, right? Alright, let me look at the bottom of this. Oh, I see what I've done. Okay. I can fix that. That's a lot easier to fix. And understand what happened there. So this needs to be this. Okay, so we go down, we grab our blocks. We know that those guys are over there, but that doesn't really matter. Alright. Okay, see what I gotta do. Alright. Alright, so this is a full block here. Yes. Alright. And then it should be a staircase there. Okay, I have to figure out what's what. This is where being able to see what's below would be lovely. Alright, so that should be that. Alright, that should be a block. This should be this. Well, it should probably be more like... Yes? Yes. Alright. That should match. I think it does. Cool. Alright. And then we have the ability to do this now. Yeah. We can tell that's that. Can't sleep yet. Alright, so then the only question becomes kind of completing this. Although, what I'm probably going to do to kind of make a little bit more fitting together here, I'm just going to do something really quick to kind of introduce the style here. Alright. Alright, so it goes all the way back. Technically, it doesn't really matter what I do there. Maybe grab a few more. Alright. And we're gonna do that there, there. We're gonna put these in here. Or, whoops. And on the other side as well. Do another one here. Like so. Then what we can do with this is we can... Actually, yeah, no, this. Boom. I know technically I don't need to do these here, but, like... What we can do here... I know, I know. No. Alright, I might change this to a lantern later, and we do have lanterns. I haven't decided. Right now, these kind of work like this. By the way, what are we doing tomorrow? It's Moss. What do you vote for? So I can finish. You have no preference. Grand. That's helpful. Okay, I'm just trying to kind of complete enough the room that I can just kind of have this be what I take a screenshot of, right? I'm super close to being done. Come on, game. Oh. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. I hear you. I'm at the end, I swear. Alright, and then finally just go upstairs like so, right? I'm just gonna fill it all in with this. I might change out what it is later, but... Yeah, man needs free, as you put it. Anyway, yeah, I don't really have anything else I can kind of do here. I would do some lava or something, I guess, in the middle. You know what? I'm gonna grab a bucket of lava. We're gonna put that in the very middle. Okay? And then we're gonna come right back. And that's what we're gonna be done with. I think that's good enough for the lobby. I'm probably gonna continue the one thing up all the way. The half slab, one block in between every time. But I think having some... And I might change what I'm using in it. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do. Anyway, Pickhead? Why would we want a pickhead? I don't think I understood that. Or understand. Your reference there. Also, why would they don't really... Wouldn't be a full block. I could in theory get a data pack that adds pig heads. In fact, I know I can. But... yeah. Well, I guess that's fair, if you don't know what you mean either. In reality, this should go technically there, but I think that it would look better here. And the way we're going to do this. Again, you can't actually see around it, really. Hmm. See? The only question becomes actually. Okay, I'm gonna close class maybe. I'll lose the I don't know. You know what? Clear glass is fine. We'll change it to a different glass later. Alright, let me sleep. Or maybe not. I'll just get a whole bunch of glass in a bit, but what we'll do is we'll actually make it a dark blue. Yeah. I'm picking that one up. Okay. I think that's better, right? I kind of want to block the light. Yeah. Alright, Alright, that'll do. Okay, I've got what I need. My poor kitty deserves freedom. I am going to free him. Okay. Tomas, last chance. I know you said you don't care, but Power Wash or, I don't really want to pick. Cubic Odyssey or, the new mod pack. Mod pack? See, you did have an opinion. What do you know? Alrighty then. We'll finish with the mod pack. Anyway, I hope you guys having a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. I hope to see you tomorrow for the more reclamation. We're going to continue that mod pack. I hope, like I said, I hope you have a wonderful day, slash night, slash whatever's for you, and if it is a night for you, I do hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for popping in, thank you for sticking around, and yeah, bye-bye!